Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new system here today, so bear with us. So we might make a few mistakes. Sounds awful loud right off the bat. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We have agenda before us. I was just wondering if there's any additions to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Eve. Administration has 3 additions to the agenda. First addition would be 9.4 CAO, and it'd be 9.4.1 would be the Committee of the Whole meeting, October 15th cancellation. Then the next 2 additions would be in closed session. So first one being 12.1, intergovernmental relations, FOIP 21. Then the next one would be 12.2, personnel, FOIP 17 and 24.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other additions to the agenda, gentlemen? Staff? Okay, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the amended, amended agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fidea, for making that motion to adopt the agenda. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. I'm looking for the adoption of the minutes of September 24, 2024 of the regular meeting. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Swigert, for making that motion. That council approves of adoption of the minutes of September 24th, 2024 regular meeting of council as presented. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Looking for adoption of a special meeting September 19th, 2024.
Yeah, I'll move those minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Crick, for making this motion. That council approves adoption of the minutes of September 19, 2024 special meeting of council as presented. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. Also looking for adoption of the minutes October 2nd, 2024 special meeting of council. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making that motion. That council approves adoption of the minutes of October 2nd, 2024 special meeting of council as presented. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Okay, I guess we're going to go to 8.1, subdivision application number S011.
Good morning, Council.
Morning. Yep,
I'm good now? Okay.
thanks, Donnie.
Are we good?
Yep, I think so.
All right.
Sorry, it's just really weird. It just sounds like it's coming right back at a guy here.
Subdivision application 2024-S-011. Administration has received and is presenting subdivision application for council consideration wherein the applicant is proposing to create a 6-acre subdivision. Notification of the proposed subdivision was mailed to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of October 15th to to submit concerns to be considered at the October 8th council. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The subject site is located along the south side of Township Road 634 and approximately half a kilometer east of Range Road 461. I apologize, I'm just picking this one up quickly here, so. Administration's recommended action is that council approves subdivision application number 2024-S-011 to create a 6-acre subdivision at Northwest 2463-6 west of the 4th Meridian for Jarl and Chelsea Grutheisen with the following conditions. The owner-developer install septic system to comply with the Alberta Safety Codes Act and the Province of Alberta Public Health Act, that the owner-developer pay a cash in lieu reserved for the owing of the municipal reserve requirements, and that a real property report is submitted by an Alberta land surveyor, and that all taxes be paid in full.
Thank you. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for option 1.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sipchick, for making the motion that council approve subdivision application number 2024-S-011 to create a 6-acre subdivision at Northwest 2463-6 west of the 4th M for Jarl Jerry and Chelsea Marie Grutheisen with the following conditions 1 through 4. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Thank you, that's carried. On to 8.2.
Administration has received and is presenting subdivision application 2024-S-012 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is proposing a 10-acre subdivision southeast 3363-4 west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. Notification of the subdivision was submitted to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of September 23rd to submit concerns to be considered at the October 8th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The application site is located on Range Road 443 and Township Road 635 south of Crane Lake. Administration recommended action is that council approve subdivision application 2024-S-012 for a 10-acre subdivision from agricultural quarter section southeast 3363-4 west of the 4th Meridian for Robert Gagne on behalf of Marvin and Tanya Clements as per the following conditions. Number 1, that the owner-developer shall install internal roads and approaches. Number 2, that a caveat for 17-foot strip of land for road widening along the entire east frontage of proposed and remnant parcels to be registered by separate road plan. 3, that a cash in lieu is a requirement. Number 4, that a real property report is provided. Number 5, that the septic is compliant to the Alberta Safety Codes Act and the Province of Alberta Public Health Act, and that taxes be paid in full.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. I'll make the motion for option 1 to approve.
Thank you, Councillor Swigert, for making this motion that council approve subdivision application 2024-S-012 for a 10-acre subdivision from agricultural quarter section southeast 3363-4 west of the 4th M for Robert Gagne on behalf of Marvin and Toya Clemmings as per the following conditions 1 through 6. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, I see none. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That's carried, thank you. Thanks. On to 9.1, 9.11, Deputy Reeve Crick.
All right, thank you. This notice of motion is read into the council record on October 8th. The motion will be read and debated on October 22nd. So all I'm going to do today is just read it into the record, and then we can discuss it on October 22nd. Title, Climate Stability Awareness Week Proclamation. Whereas we know that the weather may change from day to day, and whereas the climate is relatively consistent from year to year, and whereas there is little to be concerned about, as the Earth's climate is very predictable, and whereas to counter the constant drumbeat of climate change activism, now therefore be it resolved that Council approves the proclamation of November 2nd to 8th, 2024 as Climate Stability Awareness Week in the Municipal District of Bonnyville.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to 9.2.1, Planning and Community Services. Good morning.
Morning, Council. Reading Council, it's my pleasure to bring forward to you RFP this morning with regards to the 2024-2025.
Oh, just turn your mic on. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk. Or maybe I'm the one that's supposed to turn it on. I don't have them on the screen here, so I just have myself and Councillor Swigert right now. Press the button in the middle. There you go. Okay, now I can turn you on. Okay, should be good now. Thank you.
We're good?
Yep.
All right. Reading Council, it's my pleasure to bring forward this morning RFD, the 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership Grant Application. The Alberta Community Partnership is an intermunicipal collaboration grant available for projects that result in regional municipal service delivery foundations or frameworks that align with the broader regional or municipal priorities and initiatives. The ACP grant is a non-matching fund application. Through the work of the MD of Bonnyville and the County of St. Paul in support to grow agriculture across the region, administration is proposing a joint grant application to be submitted to conduct a feasibility study for a regional meat processing facility. The facility project would be a joint effort between the county and the MD being the applicant and managing partner. The project would be coordinated and shared and have shared tasks and responsibilities between the municipalities respectively. The proposed project would address the following: understanding the current state of regional processing, existing processing capacity, facilities and services, existing demand, local, regional, and provincial, current capacity limits, regional development, existing feedstock across livestock, beef, bison, chicken, sheep, goats, pigs, etc., desired state, feasibility state, processing types, the level of services that the region could support, the size of the facility based on services, feedstock, and demand, gaps and barriers, regulatory requirements at local and provincial and federal levels, and availability of regulatory supports, funding, location of facility based on the requirements, services, site selection criteria, go forward recommendations, a business case model, marketing potential based on findings, municipal support based on council feedback identified through the locations. At present, the region lacks adequate ability to process animals within existing facilities or businesses which are either at capacity or have limited longevity and succession models. There is a demand or need for processing at local level to encourage facility and local food ecosystem, including production, processing, marketing, and consumption. Understanding the existing capacity, demand, and growth opportunities is imperative to building a business case, accessing funding, and achieving desired outcome. Reference to the strategic plan. Goal number 1, building a viable, diversified regional economy. Objective 1, develop an economic development strategy inclusive of business, industrial, attraction, retention, expansion, while maintaining our rural influences. Project source of funding. project. Total cost is $140,000. Source of funding would come from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant if successful. Administration recommended action that council approves a grant application for the 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership Program in partnership with the County of St. Paul for the completion of a regional meat processing facility feasibility study. Council's options include that council approves a grant application 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership Program in partnership with the County of St. Paul for the completion of the regional meat processing facility feasibility study, or 2, the council accepts the 2024-2025 Alberta Community Partnership Grant Application Report as information.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, or would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Fadеев?
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. In regards to this study, what is it gonna tell us or tell our investors, just in a, I guess, keynote version?
Thank you. As indicated in the RFD, there's a strong feeling that we have a significant amount of livestock in the region. However, we are not meeting our true potential to have that product actually processed here, and for the value add to be here. And so when we take a look at our business and industry growth strategy, and we look at the original report done by MDB, we had identified that value-added agriculture is an important part of growing and diversifying our economy, and so this is one of those opportunities for us. We feel that once the study is completed, we can identify what those opportunities look like in the business case, so that if the business case is strong enough, then we'll proceed to look for investors or a opportunity to fulfill that need.
Then, yeah, just one more
Yeah, go
follow-up
ahead.
question. So since it's a joint initiative, how will the share of funding for taxes come in? So say the applicant, so this comes out and it's a great study and people want to come in and invest, and a company X comes in, and since this is our initiative, or is this St. Paul's initiative?
No, it says it's ours.
I heard differently, so I just kind of want to
Okay.
make sure, so.
Okay, so we are identified as the lead on this project, and the reality is, in a free enterprise economy, the opportunity exists for any company to exist anywhere. So then, if we had identified that the feedstock here and the location is here, or vice versa, or a combination of both, then obviously the free market applies, and so it's up to us to make sure that we woo those individuals to bring that particular production facility to here, and then of course the taxes would come to bear, or the revenue would come to bear on us because it's in our location. One of the things that should be recognized about this study as well is that, for example, we have the largest bison herd in Alberta, and whether the facility was located inside our physical boundaries or not, the benefit would come to our producers in that their shipping and handling costs would be far less, in that it would be located in either our county or theirs. And so therefore, it's an opportunity for us to investigate that would benefit us either way, either single-fold or two-fold.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because I know usually when it goes down to a collaboration of sorts, there's some sort of shared.
Right,
And this is not like that at all. So I know with Sturgeon County and the Edmonton area and all that stuff, they do joint ventures as far as bringing people in, and then they share part of the.
yeah, we haven't evolved to that point yet. I haven't brought anything like that to council, and
Okay.
certainly that would be the will of council for us to proceed in that fashion.
But this is
And-
not part of that at all?
No,
Okay.
no, and that's a choice that you would have to make with the County of St.
Okay.
Paul when it presented itself.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Scarson?
So this is a provincial grant, is what you're saying?
Correct,
And so why is St. Paul on there at all then? Like what is their
because
role?
it's a community partnership grant, and you have to have at least 2 communities to be afforded the opportunity for the grant.
So they're just there, they would just be there in name more than anything.
Well, they will be helping do some of the heavy lifting, but certainly the initiative is ours from the lead on the grant proposal, but we would share the work.
So then, you put together your grant proposal and it doesn't get passed and that's the end of it then?
As far as the partnership is concerned with the grant, if we wanted to proceed on our own and bear the costs, that's up to us.
Yeah, but that's, so if, if the grant is not approved, then you'd have to come back and say, do we still want to do this feasibility study?
Correct.
Good?
Yeah.
Yep. Counselor Slipchick? Sorry. Okay, I gotta shut some of these guys off. Oh, sorry, you gotta turn yourself back on. Okay, Counselor Slipchick, sorry about that.
So
What
what-
else did I turn off?
What's your estimated time frame for this,
So there's
study?
Oh,
Is it on? Yes,
yeah,
there we go.
there we go. Sorry.
There's a 2-year window for this, and so the thought was based on the workload that I currently have on my plate and what's happening at the County of St. Paul, is that this would be something that would happen into the 2025. And in fact, the grant application probably wouldn't, we probably wouldn't have the information given to us until early 2025 anyway. So we have a longer runway for this. So it would be probably probably the latter part of the first half of the year or the beginning of the second half of 2025.
Okay, so, well, with that, like, I know this would be a big benefit. We talk economic development, so I think this would be a huge opportunity for the communities, both St. Paul and MD We got lots of beef cattle raisers and bison and everything, and I think this is something we need, and the study would tell us. So I'd like to make a motion for option 1, please.
Paulette? Have you let? So, right at this moment, I'm not gonna allow it, Paulette. If every discussion we have here, you're gonna speak on every discussion, I'm not, you're coming into council, you're coming up to the guys and, you know, just every council meeting, you're coming and you're patting guys on the arm to come, that's not proper. That's not the way. Like, if you wanna do a delegation, Paulette, come in, get your name on the thing, or state at the beginning of the meeting you wanna speak on something, then just don't go pat somebody on.
I asked Ben if this was going to be on the agenda yesterday,
Okay,
and he didn't know.
oh, okay.
So, Barry, be kind, and you know my position.
Okay,
This is as a taxpayer, I should be able to speak. So, council, you can make a motion to have him speak or not.
what's that? We have a motion on the table right now, so we're gonna discuss that first. Thank you. I have a question on this initiative. Where did this initiative come from? I know it didn't come from council. Did it come from our agricultural board? Or where did it come from? Like, how did it come about? Oh, sorry, I got you turned off. Oh, you're not even on the screen here. There we go. Go ahead.
Yes, so we have a regional organization called Northeast Alberta Hub, where we have a number of different communities, 43 altogether, that talk about economic development initiatives throughout the region. And I have, built a strong relationship with the folks in close, including the town of Bonnyville, the city of Cold Lake, and the county of St. Paul. And so we found some, in conversations between myself and the economic development person from St. Paul, we found some similarities in our strategies. And the statistical information that I have in front of me talks about some similar strengths. And so we looked at the opportunity based on creating a scale of economy. We realized that certainly the opportunity exists, but alone we may not have the capacity to do it. But we didn't want the opportunity to go uninvestigated. So we said to ourselves that we would take on the opportunity to investigate that through this grant.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this motion? I think yours comes on automatically.
Okay. I was just waiting for you to let me, allow me to speak.
Yep.
I guess I have a couple of questions. Like, one, why are we doing a study for a private business? It just seems kind of odd to me that we're using tax money to do to study for a private business. And I get that we want businesses to come here, but, yeah, that's my question. I
Is
guess.
okay, so I can answer that. It's quite common practice to do that, in that we are trying to create a business case for investors, right, whether it's private or public. And if a case comes back, it doesn't mean necessarily that it is private investment. If an opportunity existed where the business model said that it would be a co-op and that the co-op would be operated by the two municipalities, that's an opportunity or a model that we could pursue. So it's quite common practice to create business scenarios so that the investment community becomes aware of those opportunities that exist.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is on the grant. So this study would be fully funded by a grant.
That's correct.
I realize the MD is not paying for it, but it's still taxpayer funded because grants come from somewhere. And then would that grant, like, I don't have any information on the grant on my thing here. Would that disqualify us from applying for that grant? Is there, okay, can we apply for that once a year? Is that a one-time thing? Is it like, and where I'm going with this is, 140,000, could we apply for, half of a swimming pool for $25 million?
So the grant ceiling on this is $200,000.
Okay.
And it has been reoccurring for the last several years, and there's no indication that it has a limited date attached to it at this point in time.
Okay.
Does that answer the questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Scarson?
Yeah, so I've heard some concerns as well, and I've talked to some local producers that I know of cattle and bison, and everyone that I talk to is pretty for something like this to happen. And one of their biggest complaints is having to ship, so far to get these guys to slaughterhouses and stuff. But to me, the grant is the difference. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's still taxpayers' money, but I guarantee you that if we didn't get it, someone else is going to get it. So, I mean, if you might as well apply for a grant that's going to create something that we could use. I probably wouldn't have been in favor if it was MD funded, but I mean, it's going to be used by someone, so it might as well be used by us, is kind of my theory with that. And I mean, you're not even guaranteed to get it anyways, right? So, so that's why I'd be for it for sure, so.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Swaggart? Oh, I gotta shut somebody off. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Reeve. I'm always obviously in favor of this one. We need economic development in our area, and I think there's only 2 slaughterhouses. I'm not a rancher, but I think it was High River and Brooks, so I think those are the big ones. So those ranchers have to haul a long ways, and I'm surprised we haven't had something like this in our area sooner. But so, yeah, I'm in favor of it.
Matt, do you have any comments on this since you sit on the board?
Through the Reeve to council, for the Ag Service Board, there has been discussion over the years, having a slaughter plant a little closer, because like we said, we have the 2 major ones within the province, and then there is some medium-sized, smaller size throughout the province. There definitely is the cattle number, the bison number in the area to support such a venture. I know for any large, a farmer getting any volume of beef done, they have to go out to either Vegreville, Lloydminster, so that would definitely keep things a little closer to home, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Councilor Slipchuk.
I know this is a good opportunity for our ranchers in it. I know Robinson's there, they run a lot of cattle. This is better, closer and everything for everybody to get their meat packages and butchered. But this is good for jobs. This could create jobs in the community, and this is part of diversifying and helping our agriculture industry and our processors.
All right, thank you. Any other final comments before I call for the vote? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. That's carried. I think we're into delegations, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, welcome back. We have a delegation this morning. From River Ridge Subdivision Developer. Come on up. Mr. Erlacher, I believe. I think you have to press the middle. Yeah, there, they turned you on. Very good. Go ahead. Good morning.
Basically, I'm here on behalf of the stormwater management that I had got a letter from Lisa saying that I hadn't given you a stormwater management plan. And I wasn't aware of it up until she sent me this letter here in 23 or 22. So I went and I did prepare a stormwater management plan, and it came in a lot higher than what I anticipated, and I only did it because I was trying to get my my stuff signed off on my subdivision here from 2012 or 2012. And so that's why I followed through to put this to bed. But when I got the numbers back from S&E Design, it was a number that didn't make sense. And I do not have a water problem there as we speak from 2012 up until now. So I felt, and also in the contract that Al had said I signed with you people back in 2012 when I did my subdivision, there's nothing on my design of my subdivision there for a stormwater management pond. I guess that's what in today's thing you put ponds in for the 100 years water flood, I guess, or whatever. But I don't have that problem up in there because of the elevations I have, and it's basically when I built the road, it's all sand gravel. I don't have a problem with water laying anywhere or not penetrating to get away. On lot, I believe it's 10 up there, where I have an easement where my water runs now, I think, through there. There was an easement put through for that reason, for my water to flow through the subdivision, and that's what I have. And in the subdivision, in the cul-de-sac, we had modified it and changed it in the center of the cul-de-sac for all my water to run through and then go through another center line culvert and then run through lot 10 to the east, I believe. And that's kind of how I have my, I guess, my stormwater management plan in place. When I did the subdivision in 2012 or 2012, John Foy was worked for you people, and everything, when I built the road, everything was laid out. If I had issues at the time when I was building the road for drainage and access to all the lots, that loop in there had got modified from the original plan that you people had got for when the subdivision was approved, when I think Rhonda was Reeve back then. And we had signed the contract based on the plan that you guys got from me, or from my engineer. And it got approved based on that plan. Other than on that plan and what I have now, that the bulb in there got squashed back about 50 feet or 100 feet because of the elevations in there and for drainage. And so we changed it, and you have that other second plan. But at that point, all the water issues I had, or not the water issues, but the plan, and when I built the road, it was designed on the second plan, I guess if you want to call it that, taking in the water drainage and the road closure off the back lane there, which got closed off, and then there was on the west side, there's a road access, a road easement still there to get access to the remainder of that of the road allowance. But anyway, that's got nothing to do with this other part. But any of those issues were brought up between me and John Foy. And in the first 5 years, when I did the road, within the 5 years, because John had sent me a letter stating I had to fulfill my contract and the paving had to get done. And at that point, nothing got brought up about stormwater management plan. I wasn't aware of. I thought everything was in place until Lisa sent me this letter here a year ago or 18 months ago, saying that I didn't fulfill my stormwater management plan. So I guess long and short of it, I went to S&E Design, got a plan, and the drainage hasn't changed other than they want a stormwater management pond, but there's nothing slated in my property to put one, other than I have to give up a lot. And the lot isn't a big issue, but the price to put a pond in was the issue. It was more than my bond. It was double my bond that you have held right now on me. And I don't feel after 15 or 12 years I got to put a pond in because I don't have a water problem. And Barry come and looked at the property here, 2 months ago?
Yep.
And he didn't see where I had a water issue, but I guess that doesn't mean between myself and Barry and whoever else, we could just decide or make our own plans. But I don't have, up until this day, I don't have a water problem in my subdivision. And I got my riprap. I did riprap in there where I had some I wouldn't call it washout, but some deterioration. So I slowed down the water. I don't have a water washout problem anymore. And where my water's running, I'm at least, I guess, almost a half a mile from the river. And I'm 150 feet on the top of my property on lot 10, 11, and 12, all of them. I think the highway is about 150 feet to 100 feet drop off, and it's all in vegetation. So I don't have a washout problem as far as whatever's draining. It's not draining anyway because right from lot 1 right up to lot 10, where I have that easement going through, the water seeps away before it even gets to that point, because of the sand and the gravel. That's what I have for soil conditions there.
All right, thank you. Councillor Swaggart?
Thanks, Mr. Reid. Stormwater drainage plan, every subdivision that we have in the MD has to have some type of stormwater drainage plan. I'm just curious about the regulation for a pond, a stormwater drainage pond. Now, is that an Alberta environment issue, or is that, because I mean, if you can spend a lot of money and build a pond, but if it never is going to have water in it, what's the point of investing in a pond? So I'm just wondering what the regulation is for, I guess, the difference between a stormwater drainage plan, which you have to have, and I think you've got one, but then this distinction between that and having a pond built into that plan. I just wonder who regulates that and who's kind of dictating that.
I guess my thing on a pond, I was always in the impression you only needed a pond if you're on a flat piece of property where you have a drainage, you have a water problem, and you need that pond for the 100-year flood, I guess if you want to call it that, to control your water so you don't have a water problem on the subdivision with all the lots when you're doing all this changes on the water terrain through your property. That's my evaluation of why you have a pond. I know up in Coal Lake there, I went and looked at Don Cradle subdivision pertain. It was done 20 years ago or more. They don't have a pond. Their water right now is running north, and it's running into my brother's and my property. It crosses that secondary highway that goes to the ski hill, and all their water runs into our property. They don't have a pond. And I've never, at this point, I knew about it a long time ago, and I've never approached you people and complained about it. I left it die. And we don't have a problem where the water's running to our property. So I didn't want to bring up something that didn't have to be brought up unless it's an issue for me or you people. And the one across the road, there's a subdivision across from Don Cradle's. I drove down there last week. They don't have a stormwater management pond. And I think they got 30 lots or 40 lots in there right now. So I don't know, I think the ponds are kind of a discretion based on the land terrain, or if you have a water problem right now and the water can't go nowhere. And right now, my subdivision, when I did this, actually this is my third phase. My last two phases on this river ridge, I got no stormwater management ponds. Everything runs from the south to the north, and just carries on to where this subdivision took off from.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scarson?
Yeah, I kind of had the same question because when I looked at this, I thought, well, why would you build a pond or a dugout or a pond when the river is like so close? So I'm guessing that this is on high land already. And
Very high.
Yeah, and that does it kind of follow the path the drains, and then it says public utility for drainage, so it follows that and then just down
That
the
public
river?
utility, we put that in when I had the subdivision designed, and that's why that utility right away is there. So if I sold lot 11 and 10, the people on lot 11 and 10, once I sell them, that they couldn't come back to myself or the MD and say we're trespassing or we don't have a spot for our water to drain. That's the whole reason that utility thing was put in right from day one.
So then, yeah, honestly, like, so who, maybe we've been told this, but who dictates where a pond has to go and why, I guess, right? So
I guess
maybe some of the information that we could be, because option one is to request some information back, so I would make that motion to accept that as information and request a little bit more information on why we build ponds where we do and why, so.
I thought, okay.
Sorry.
Other than that, the drain water plan you have is adequate, is that?
I don't have a problem there. Everything, the only thing I've changed since I built the subdivision, I went and I brought in a whole bunch of riprap.
But it's adequate by MD standards, though, I'm saying, like, the only thing missing is your pond, is that what you're saying here?
Pretty much. Like when I went to I guess, follow through with when Lisa sent me this letter saying I needed a stormwater management plan, I went to Steve Inman and they drafted me up a plan, which it doesn't change anything from the drainage where it's going, other than I guess in today's standards or whatever, he said they designed a pond for me. And my plans from when I signed this contract with you people and give you my subdivision, nothing, there's nothing in my drawings here for a pond. Now, if I needed one, we would have put one in right from 2012. or 2012, I had to put a pond in if I needed one at that point. But we, at the time when I built this all, that's what I have right now. What you see is what we designed, and I sold my lots, and that's where it is. But like I said, the only reason I went to S&E Design when Lisa went and said I hadn't fulfilled my contract that I signed with you people, and she was kind of holding me strong on it. And then I found out, I come back when Steve Inman designed this thing for me, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I thought, I don't need the pond to begin with. I'm only doing this just to put this to bed and get my subdivision signed off, so we can all go home. But that's not how it's been working.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Slipchuk?
Okay, you say you'd put that possible pond or request on what lot? Number 10?
That was on lot 11, I believe is 11.
11, okay. So how come such a high cost to put a pond in, like 400? Could you explain that to me?
You'll have to ask,
What's it
you'll have to ask the
entail?
engineers that. I don't know. I've built roads, you know, for the last 35 years when I was in construction. And I built roads for the MD, I built roads for the transportation. I did this road, but anyway, that's a bit different. A pond, this is a little bit different from just building the roads. There's more to, when you build a road, you gotta have drainage. But anyway, this is a subdivision, and anyway, far as I know, like I said, I built this to what the design was sent to you people in 2012, and nothing was rejected on it, other than, like I said, until 2023 here, Lisa come along and said I hadn't fulfilled my contract and I had to finish it. So I was okay to come back and get it engineered, which I did. And when Inman come back to me and give me this pond I needed, I said, I don't need a pond. If I have a drainage problem or have a water problem, the ponds are only there to alleviate excess water. And I don't have that problem in my subdivision.
One more question is, so you say can't sign off on your subdivision. So how is that hindering you right now? Us not signing off? Like, help me understand that.
I got a bond.
Okay.
And I also want signed off on my property. I don't want to be holding a shotgun on this thing forever. I want it to go to bed. Last year, when I had issues with the pavement back a while, I went in and I got it chip coated, and I did that. I spent the money and got that done, and I think it's actually, as we speak, it's done. The year warranty's up on that as we speak.
All right, thank you. We do have a motion from Councillor Scarson that council accepts the presentation by Ron Urlacher pertaining to the River Ridge Estates subdivision as information, and furthermore directs administration to bring back furthermore information regarding his request to amend or rescind portions of the development agreement to a future meeting of the council for consideration. Any discussion on this motion? I see none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Urlacher, for coming in today.
Okay,
Appreciate it. How's your leg, by the way?
hanging in there.
Hanging in there? All right, you had a pretty nasty break there a while back.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, all right,
it saved my leg.
that's good.
So, where are we at from here then? We're done, or I'm?
You are finished, yeah. We'll bring it back for council and we'll discuss it, what we've heard here today, and we'll hear more from, our people from staff, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to take like a 5-minute break here, and then we're going to get into our first public hearing. Okay, welcome back. Before we begin with the public hearing for bylaw number 1871 Crane Lake Area Structure Plan, I would like to remind those who wish to address any of the public hearings on today's agenda to register your name on the speaker's list at the entrance of council chambers. I'd also like to outline the process that will be followed for this public hearing. We will begin with a staff report from administration, also the applicant following the questions of administration from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition of the application. Council may ask questions of the public presenter during this time only. Administration, as applicant, will then be provided with opportunity to rebut anything they have heard or read in opposition of the application, followed by the question of the applicant from council only on information provided during the rebuttal. May I have a motion to open public hearing? Councillor Fideev makes this motion. Thank you, Councillor Fideev, for making this motion of the public hearing for item 4.1 bylaw number 1871 Crane Lake Area Structure Plan. ASP be open at 10:07 a.m. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Chris Ulmer, the consultant from Urban Systems who's working on this project, was unable to attend the public hearing today, so I'll be presenting on his behalf. Pursuant to Part 17, Section 692 of the Municipal Government Act, before giving second reading to a proposed bylaw for the adoption of an area structure plan, council must hold a public hearing. Bylaw number 1871, Crane Lake Area Structure Plan, was given first reading at the August 27th, 2024 council meeting. Attached for council review, Appendix A, the bylaw number 1871, Crane Lake Area Structure Plan, first reading. Appendix B, bylaw number 1341, Crane Lake Area Structure Plan from 2006. Appendix C, Crane Lake ASP public hearing presentation, and Appendix D, Crane Lake ASP written submissions. Go to the PowerPoint. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the role of the ASP is to provide more tailored direction to individual communities and to provide a vision and guiding principles to inform the type and location of development. The Crane Lake ASP update is part of a multi-year process to review and update existing ASPs following changes to the MD's MDP. The MD worked to draft a proposed update with Urban Systems and internal engagement with staff and council and external engagement with community to identify priority directions. Section 1 lays out the general nature of the plan and the rationale for the update and adoption. The purpose of the plan is to reflect updates to the MGA, to provide updates relative to changing context. The key objectives focused on are a framework for long-term development, to protect environmental areas, to promote recreation areas, and to balance preservation and future development. The authority of the plan is established through relevant legislation of the MGA and the hierarchy of planning documents. The priority themes identified from the community engagement were to 1, maintain the community as a quiet rural residential community. 2, to prioritize the preservation of natural assets. 3, to provide recreation amenities for people of all ages. And 4, to create a connected and walkable community. Next slide, please. This figure shows the general overview of the environmental constraints within the ASP area, including environmentally sensitive areas that are represented by the purple crosshatch. The next figure shows the general overview of the soil characteristics in the area. And the next figure shows the general overview of the existing land uses in the area. Section 2, historic context of previous plans and general direction of the review and update. The direction of the plan was originally prepared in 1988 and updated in 2006. Updated draft builds from the existing ASP and its priorities. There has been limited growth and development in the community relative to what was expected. There's no significant change to the local context. There are opportunities for incremental development. There is a strong recreational pull and limited agricultural operations in the area. Next slide, please. The direction of the plan was to build from the community priorities in the 2006 ASP and establish a foundation to help guide subsequent sections. So the aspirations are to maintain the lake's role as a recreation destination, to protect the ecological integrity of the lake and all the natural areas around it, and to provide opportunities for sustainable development to maintain the viability of existing assets. The guiding principles identified for this ASP are harmonized development, access to recreation, and sustainable development to accommodate compatible growth and ensure development contributes to the long-term health of the MD. The land use concept, while general in nature, the land use concept provides some structure and guidelines around the location and types of uses in the community. The future land use categories of the ASP are residential, which includes the existing built neighborhood with areas for logical expansion, public use and recreation, seasonal recreation uses including campgrounds, crown land. The majority of land in the plan area is crown land, and limiting development to preserve function of natural areas, and also rural conservation to preserve large tracts of land. This figure shows the future land use map for the area structure plan. There's a small area for expansion of residential development to the south. A considerable amount of area is preserved as agricultural lands. A large amount of crown land is present in the plan area. And existing recreation uses around the lake include an existing campground. Policy sections build from the priorities and principles that were illustrated to illustrate connections throughout the plan. A summary of the policy areas are to harmonize development with the lake, to preserve access to recreation, and to provide sustainable development that preserves the character of the community. Section 4 shows the general direction on how the plan will be administered, reviewed, and amended periodically. To administer the plan, or administering the plan is based off a sequencing of developments that are based off of private sector initiatives. Anticipated growth can be contained in designated areas, and there can be incremental expansion over small phases. Any amendments to the plan would follow the MGA and public engagement prior to any amendment. The plan is to be reviewed and updated as needed at a minimum of 5-year intervals and can be requested by individual landowners. So Appendix D includes written submissions from landowners within the ASP area. These comments have been reviewed by Planning and Development and shared with the relevant departments within the MD. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions. All right, we have one written submission that's been provided in the agenda package and one written submission that was received after the agenda package was published. We're going to need 10 minutes to take a look at this, so I'm going to recess this so we can have this written submission that we received late. And I'm pretty sure this list is going to get bigger here, so we'll have to update this list. So we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break to read this written submission in the back, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have quite an extensive list here. How I'm going to go through this is no rhyme or reason or any kind of order, but if you wish to address council here, you have a yes that's been printed by your name here. So I'm going to call you guys up one by one, and you're going to have 5 minutes. It's going to be up on the screen in front of you to speak. So I guess we'll, with Derek. Derek said he'd like to speak. Can't quite read Schmale. Derek, yeah? Come on up. Just, yeah, 1 second, they'll put up a timer for you. Go ahead, sir. Oh, 1 second, my fault again. We got this new system today and,
He's gonna push the button.
oh, I shut him off. Push it again. This is not the day to get a new system, folks. Go ahead.
Morning, Derek Smale, a resident of Crane Lake. I guess the first question I have is why the ASP review? Is it a new, I see that it's up every 5 years now at a minimum. Is that the new requirement? Is that why Crane Lake is now under this ASP review or a change? And was I don't remember the name of the company, but was that the engineering company hired by the MD to do the ASP plan or the new ASP plan?
Okay,
That's all I have at this moment.
all right. That's all you have?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You marking these things down, Matt? Yeah, all right. Thank you. On to John Kemp. Pardon me? You're okay? And if I miss somebody after I'm done the list, please just speak up. Okay, Greg and Susan Jorgensen?
Good morning, Greg Jorgensen. I just changed my address to council to yes, because we're trying to get a sense of what it is we're trying to decide here, what you're trying to decide here, if this is a brand-new area structure plan or if it's a area structure plan carried over. I looked at it in detail as I could, and I couldn't see a lot of change in it from what it was 20 years ago. So I guess my question maybe would tail, like Derek said, is this a 5-year review or is there something on the table that is being proposed to further develop Crane Lake?
Okay, thank
That
you.
would be my question. Thank you.
Yep. Counselor Scarson.
Yeah, to be quite honest, that was one of my questions to start too. I couldn't remember. I mean, we've had these in the past where we've reviewed them. A lot of them don't change, but I can't remember if this was a new one or if this was a one that we had to review. So
Yeah, okay.
maybe we can ask that now because it's going to come up again, I'm sure, right? So it's nothing new and it's done all across the MD. We have area structure plans everywhere, so they come up for review often.
Through the Reeve 2 Council, so this ASP was already a previous ASP, and it's just being amended as the MDP was updated. So it is a 5-year review under the MGA. We have to review these documents every 5 years. And also since the MD's municipal development plan had amendments, we are reviewing all of our previous ASPs.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Counselor Scarson.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's important to note that sometimes nothing even changes, right? And I don't think anything's really changed with this one either. So it's as current as it was 5 years ago, it just now will be marked as needs to be reviewed 5 years from now, right? So.
Thank you. Frank Poirier. Oh, that's for, okay, sorry, getting my list home. Doesn't tell me if it's, okay, this I'll put Highway 55. Marcia? Is Marcia Hayworth for 55? Or for the, yeah, okay, go ahead, thank you. Sorry, I guess I got both lists at the same time here, I apologize. That's probably my turn. I'm supposed to turn you on. Just press the button.
My reason for speaking is scientific
Okay.
and from an ecological perspective based on the current standing area structure plan. So it relates directly to fish species, Migratory Waterfowl Act, the DFO designation, and any studies that were done in the past do not reflect the current usage in and around Crane Lake within the area structure plan. So I'm still a university student. I also work as a scientist, research scientist, but I've been conducting studies since 2000 as part of my Bachelor of Science and my ongoing continued education to address the ecological integrity of the area. So within the area structure plan, I want to get this ball rolling on this. The reed beds, the key shoreline habitat, the protected migratory birds, specifically the great blue herons, the redneck grebe, the loons, all the birds that are dependent on that, and the fish species, the macroinvertebrates, and also that key corridor, which is a wave buffer. Continued and ongoing destruction of that has resulted in the loss of the loons, the redneck grebes, nearly all the great blue herons. I have the documentation for that. These are key fish, small-bodied fish habitat. So this is an ecological integrity issue, and this needs to be addressed. And so those areas that were originally designated as needing to be protected have key legislation associated with it. So it's not just a policy, it's legislation. And so this is the concern relating to that, and also any ecologically sensitive areas or environmental setbacks. This needs to be re-looked at from a qualified scientist and with participation from DFO and Alberta Environment and so on, because at the rate that we are developing, these are now a significant amount of species loss at Crane Lake, and it also relates to our human integrity as well. It's a human issue because we love our lake, so that's a personal comment, but this is critical. Crane Lake has had numerous bird studies done that prove, and also water and wetland related information that proves that the integrity and the biota at this lake is very high. So we need to continue to protect that. I personally, and this is a human comment, I'm very concerned about the extreme use of these areas and destruction of this habitat. So docks, large motor boats, and the siltation, for example, of the lake is destroying the fish ability to breathe. The loons can't dive. The redneck grebes, which are protected, are gone. The great blue herons colony is also heavily impacted. So these are key legislated ecological things that relate to directly to our area structure plan. Drainage, there was an action that happened in 2019 where a person decided to drain the entire west end fish stream, which is the key jackfish spawning area. They actually drained the entire creek system. It is now no longer functioning. The fish cannot travel upstream and spawn. They haven't been able to since about 2020. So these, and combined with drought, climate change, this is critical for the ecological and species continuation at Crane Lake. There's only very few small fishery streams, and also the actual water itself. There is a lake to the west of Crane Lake. It is actually not a lake, it's a basin sharing attribute where all the birds escape to because of the extreme boat use on the lake. They're literally being driven off the lake. So these are this is the scientific ecological approach that needs to be, I feel, re-examined. Anyway, thank you very much.
Did I forget anybody by chance that signed in that wanted to speak? All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask if there's anybody that wishes to speak in support of this bylaw number 1871. For the second time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of bylaw number 1871. And for the third and final time, I'm going to ask if anyone wishes to speak in favor of bylaw number 1871. Councillor Scarson, you had something to say?
Well, I just wanted to make note that, in case anyone missed it, you know, it talks about the 5-year review that is required. But it also says that amendments can be requested by individual landowners at any time as well. So, you know, keep that in mind. If there's something you're not happy with, you can always bring it forward. Nothing's changing in this ASP that it wasn't there last time as well. So you shouldn't notice anything. But if things come up from time to time, definitely bring them forward and we can have those discussions, right? So this one or anyone's.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I want to ask if there's anyone in opposition to speak on bylaw number 1871. For the second time, I want to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak against bylaw number 1871. And for the third and final time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that speaks in opposition of bylaw number 1871. Okay, seeing none. Administration, would you wish to speak? No? You're good? All right. I need a motion to close this hearing. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak. All right, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making a motion. That public hearing for item 4.1, bylaw number 1871, Crane Lake Area Structure Plan, be closed at 10:37 a.m. Any discussion? Yes. Councillor Swaggart?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Reeve. Marcia Hayward brought up some good points, but I'm not sure if, you know, who looks after lakes, and not just Crane Lake, but other lakes. And Crane's kind of sensitive because there's, you know, there's a lot going on there, and so I guess my question to I guess admin is, does DFO sort of ever get involved, or what department, what sort of federal or provincial department does get involved in kind of looking at the lakes and making sure that, you know, we don't kind of destroy Crane Lake by overuse also? And so I'm not sure who that question would be for, but I think we need maybe some input. Thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Reeve.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Swaggart, Alberta Environment is the regulator of all lakes and bed shores in the province.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, yeah, to follow up with that though, do they get involved, or they do not get involved unless someone sort of makes, you know, puts their hands up and raises the red flag? Is that?
In my experience, they do not really get involved at this level within an ASP. If a landowner nearby did have concerns, they would bring those up to their MLA and we would go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. All right, any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. We're going to take another 5-minute recess to go into the next public hearing. Thank you. Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a public hearing, bylaw number 1872. Before we begin with the public hearing for bylaw 1872 Highway 55 Area Structure Plan, I would like to remind those who wish to address any of the public hearings on today's agenda to register your name on the speakers list at the entrance of council chambers. I would also like to outline the process to be followed for this public hearing. We will begin with a staff report from administration, also the applicant, followed by questions of administration from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition of the application. Council may ask questions of the public presenter during this time only. Administration, as applicant, will be then provided an opportunity to rebut anything they have heard or read in opposition of their application, followed by the questions of the applicant from council, only on information provided during the rebuttal. May I have a motion to open the public hearing? Councillor Slipchuk?
I'll make the motion to open public hearing.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making a motion that the public hearing for item 4.2, bylaw number 1872, Highway 55 Area Structure Plan, ASP, be open at 10:53 a.m. Any discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you, that's carried. Go ahead. Good morning.
Lyndon Shea presenting on behalf of Chris Ulmer from Urban Systems. Pursuant to Part 17, Section 692 of the Municipal Government Act, before giving second reading for a proposed bylaw for the adoption of an area structure plan, council must hold a public hearing. Bylaw number 1872, Highway 55 Area Structure Plan was given first reading at the August 27th, 2024 council meeting. Attached for council's review is Appendix A, bylaw number 1872, Highway 55 Area Structure Plan, with first reading. Appendix B, bylaw number 1239, Highway 55 Area Structure Plan from 2001, and Appendix C, the Highway 55 Public Hearing Presentation. So the role of the ASP is to provide more tailored direction to individual communities and to provide vision and guiding principles to inform the type and location of development. This ASP review is part of a multi-year process to review and update all existing ASPs. The updated ASPs follow changes to the MD's municipal development plan. Internal engagement with staff and council and external engagement with community was conducted to identify priority directions. Section 1 lays out the general nature of the plan and the rationale for the update and adoption. The purpose of the plan is to reflect updates to the MGA, to provide updates relative to the changing key context within the ASP. Key objectives focused on were the function of Highway 55 to minimize land use conflicts, to promote aesthetic design along the highway, to protect environmental features, and to accommodate compatible non-residential development. The authority of this plan is established through relevant legislation of the MGA and the hierarchy of planning documents. These are the general overview of key themes from the community engagement. One, to prioritize the preservation of natural assets. 2, to retain agricultural roots. 3, to provide a diverse mix of housing. 4, to expand opportunities for community amenities. And 5, to bring more residents to the area.
Can I just stop you for a second? Why does this say update of Moose Lake ASP?
I noticed that this morning. I did not prepare this presentation. It's just a typo.
Okay, so I'm just getting real confused here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So this Section 1, Introduction to Community Context, this is the general overview of the environmental constraints within the area. The environmentally sensitive areas are marked in purple with the crosshatch. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general overview of the soil characteristics in the area. And this figure here shows the general overview of the existing land uses within the area. So the direction of the plan was originally prepared in 2001. It was updated, the updated draft builds from the existing ASP and its priorities. The highway traffic has decreased but remains a key corridor within the MD. There has been some growth over the years in non-residential and residential uses. Sustained agricultural operations are in the area, and there is a continued growth of commercial and industrial development. The Section 2 direction of the plan to build from the community priorities in the 2001 ASP and establish foundation to help guide subsequent sections. The aspirations of the plan are to balance development opportunities against the need to preserve natural areas, to embrace development that contributes to economic health of the corridor and are complementary to the existing uses, and to preserve the safety, accessibility, and function of the highway. Section 2 establishes the principles of decision-making to recognize the flexible nature of the ASP while rooting decisions in the principles that reflect the aspirations. So the key principles were corridor protection, compatible land use transitions, and a sustainable mix of uses. Section 3, while general in nature, the land use concept provides some structure and guidelines around the location and types of uses in the community. The future land use categories within the ASP are agricultural, residential, industrial, and commercial. This figure shows the future land use to the west of the ASP. The majority of this area is agricultural. There's a small amount of residential areas towards the eastern edge. And there are environmental constraints limited to the southern boundary of the ASP. This figure shows the future land use of the central area of the ASP. There is a scattering of commercial and industrial uses. Agricultural lands remain the dominant land use. There's a considerable amount of existing subdivisions with areas available for future expansion, and there are limited environmental constraints in the area. And the next figure shows the future land use of the east part of the ASP. There's a small area of crown land. There are various agricultural uses. There's an industrial subdivision adjacent to the highway. Residential development is minimal, and there are environmental features scattered throughout with stream corridors bisecting the area. So Section 3 shows policy sections built off of priorities and principles, illustrating connections throughout the plan. The policy areas are the general, corridor protection, compatible land use transitions, and a sustainable mix of uses to encourage mix of different development that complements existing uses, while retaining environmentally sensitive areas in a natural state. Section 4 is the general direction on how the plan will be administered, reviewed, and amended periodically. Sequencing of development is based on private sector initiatives. Anticipated growth can be contained within planned growth areas, respecting existing uses, natural areas, and functions of the highway. To amend the plan, follow MGA and public engagement prior to any amendment. The ASP will be reviewed and updated as needed at minimum 5-year intervals. And amendments can be requested by the individual landowner. Any questions?
All right, do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to announce there was no written submissions that was provided here for council. I have a list here, again, like we just did the previous bylaw. There was a Frank and Renee Poirier, but I think they had their answers, they had their question answered, so I don't know if they're even here anymore. They're gone. Okay, is there a Mr. Dean Doobie? Come on up, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
I I noticed this doesn't go any further to the east anymore, which there was a corridor for the area structure plan, as we are just on the east side of 424. And I have a concern about being annexed into the city of Cold Lake along there. And I've had discussions with them and they said that is coming in the future. And they showed me that Range Road 424 is the boundary. So I want to know what the plan is for this, because we pay taxes to the MD, and I know there's a lot of other adjacent businesses and landowners. I would be very upset with that to be happening. I know I've had some separate conversations with a couple of the other councillors, and they say it's interprovincial. So where does it go, and when do we find out if there's any more talks of this?
Okay, well, thank you. We'll take it down as information and we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Marcia Hayworth? She's good? Oh, yes. I was pointed out that it's 71. I apologize. It's in the 72s and I didn't look again. My fault again. Yeah, we're done. I checked those. All right, at this time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in support of bylaw number 1872. For the second time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of 1872. And for the third and final time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of bylaw number 1872. Okay, seeing none, at this time I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of bylaw number 1872. For the second time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of 1872. And for the third and final time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of bylaw number 1872. Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to ask if administration wants to say anything. Final words? No. So I'm just looking for a motion to close public hearing. Thank you, Councillor Fideev. Yeah, oh, you have a comment? I apologize.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think we would like to get Mr. Dean's question answered about the potential of it getting annexed, and I just want to get an update from our planning group if there's any kind of talks about it in regards to this possible cash grab.
Through the Reeve to Council Fideev, there's none that I'm aware of.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
So the reason why that east of 424 is not included is why again?
Through the Reeve to Council, that is where the IDP area for the City of Cold Lake begins. So anything within that area, we have to work in collaboration with the City of Cold Lake. And I believe in the past, that's where the boundary was drawn, just for simplicity's sake.
Correct. Yeah. So that's not implicating that it's going to be an annexation at all?
No, not at all. Those parcels to the east are left out of the area structure plan, but still are within the MD, still have similar zonings to the parcels to the west that are within the ASP. And yeah, being left out of the ASP does not indicate that there's any chance of annexation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, just looking for a motion to close public hearing. You're good? Councillor Fideev, thank you. So thank you, Councillor Fideev, for making the motion that the public hearing for item 4.2 bylaw number 1872 Highway 55 Area Structure Plan ASP be closed at 11:06 a.m. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we have a delegation from the Cold Lake Public Library. Are they here? All right. Welcome, ladies. Sorry it was a little bit long this morning, but we'll just let the people clear out and then we'll let you start. Okay, good morning, ladies. Go ahead.
Good morning, Reeve, councillors. My name is Crystal Lovengray. I'm here on behalf of the board for the Cold Lake Public Library. And with me today is Leslie Price, the director. And yeah, we're just here for the budget presentation. So up on the board, you can see all the members of the current library board. And we're just here to share that the library is still a free place for everyone to discover, create, share ideas, and gather information. And there's our vision statement, along with some pictures of a few of the many library programs that are offered through the city. This year, it was widely successful. Over, 180 people came out to the reading garden to hang out and read with these fainting goats. It was very, very successful, and we'll be sure to come back again next summer. And yeah, just a few more pictures of a couple of the events that took place. Our yearly Battle of the Books happened again. Which is a really, really great event that is put on in conjunction with the schools within Cold Lake. It just encourages some of this next generation to read some really exciting books and then brag about what they got to read about. And then there's a few of our program partners. We're very fortunate to collaborate with a few organizations within the Lakeland area. And we also have the Indigenous Services Pop-Up Library out at the English Bay Community Center. Just a few stats. Our walk-in traffic is projected to be just over 30,000 by the end of the year. Memberships have also increased for 2024. And we hope that will continue for 2025.
Can we just interject there?
Yes, for
so
sure.
About 1/3 of those memberships are MD members, just so you know.
Our total circulation, again, has increased from last year. And you can see the projected there for December. And then this year, we also received donations and grants with collaborations with the various local corporations. As outlined there, the library was able to secure just over $21,000 and able to enhance what's currently being offered for public services. And then there's the breakdown of the budget for the upcoming year. And this is one of the grants that were awarded to the library this year, which was allowed the public library to build a newcomer station within the South Branch. And it's already being utilized for many of the newer members to our communities. And we're just very thankful to be able to offer this additional support for them. And then this was a mural that was, the community came together to build for us. It's a nice, vibrant display of everything that we have to offer for our multiculturalness out here in the Lakeland. And that is all. Short and sweet.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Councillor Slipchick, then Councillor Swaggart.
Thank you for that report. My question is, what do the new provincial government grant there for newcomers, what do they do there? Like, what happens in there?
Yeah, so for this station, what do we
Oh,
get
the
to help them
newcomers
with?
station? So we offer one-on-one, helping newcomers find places to learn English, help newcomers to find the resources they need within the government. If they're looking to get their citizenship, or if they're looking for help with immigration. We've already helped one lady that only spoke Spanish. We have Spanish-speaking staff, so they helped her to do the whole citizenship process. So it's a station where they can come and they can get resources and they can get one-on-one help with anything that they need, and it's been utilized a lot. So actually, we were pleasantly surprised. We also offer within that station free books that were supplied by the province of Alberta that help them to, like, you're a newcomer in Canada. What does that mean for you? Like, you know, where do you get your social insurance number and different things like that.
Councillor Swaggart.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, interesting. I'm looking at the library memberships from 2023 to 2024. And so year to date, you've almost got double what you had. So what's the driving force, and what's TRAC, TRAC? Why is that kind of highlighted in that pictorial?
Right, so we've been doing some membership drives, and we've also, like, not driving around literally, but we've been contacting people to see if they want a membership with our library. We've also gone in and 2 months of the year, we phone people that are getting expired memberships and say, hey, like, are you still interested in having a membership here? You know, how can we help you? And so we're getting a lot of renewals that way. So we're making it a point to let more people know that they can get a free membership and services at their library.
Okay, so you just tried harder, so you're actually attracting.
We're like designating time for that so that people know what's available to them, because we feel like we have all these wonderful services and programs, but if people don't know about them, then, you know, what's the point? So.
And this, Colic has more than one library, doesn't it have a north and a south?
That's correct.
So all these stats are just kind of combined of both?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Welcome. And for the TRAC, what that is it's Cold Lake Public Library is part of the Northern Lights Library System, and it's just an integrated circulation system that all the libraries sign up for. So that's what that is.
Dana, to answer your question, they just had families of 3 coming before, now they have families of 5, so it's not quite double, so that's what's going on there. Well, that's pretty amazing to double your number in 1 year. That's really good. You're going to point at her?
It's all
You had
Leslie.
nothing to do with it?
No.
Right on. Well, whoever did it, that's amazing. Any other questions, gentlemen? All right, well, thank you for your presentation today. Appreciate it. Oh, 1 second, we have one.
Got a
Yep.
question. I was doing it in my calculator for a minute, that's why I was slow. So I just see that the request is, for the MD funding, it's to go up 10.3%.
Sorry, I can't.
The request for funding from the MD
Yes.
is going up 10.3%, which is quite a significant jump. You know, I can understand 2-3% per year, but 10.3 is quite a lot. I'm curious why such a big percentage.
I didn't quite catch the question.
An increase of 10.
Because it looks to me like you're asking for an increase of $29 per person to 32.
The MD Bonnyville was 29 per capita last year and 32 per capita this year we're asking for. It's just it's not even that much of an increase. We have more expenses and supplies are more money, and We have to have 2 staff on now due to security reasons instead of just 1 staff, so we're continuing with that. So that's basically the reason. We just need more funding.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Well, thank you, ladies. You guys have a great day. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As
Yep.
well.
Oh, I will note too, under that budget thing, is last year we used our surplus to balance our budget, and this year we won't have the surplus as well, so we needed to ask for a little bit more.
Right on, thank you.
Thank you. All right, just looking for a motion now, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making a motion that council accepts a presentation by the City of Cold Lake Library Board as information and furthermore directs administration to bring back the request for the 2025 budget funding support to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go on to 9.2.1, Alberta Community Partnership Grant application, or did we did that one? Sorry. It's been a long morning there. 9.2.2 bylaw number 1870 roadway licensing bylaw. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So administration is seeking approval for roadway license bylaw number 1870, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville into an agreement to license a portion of the road allowance and road plan 1810 EU in accordance with policy number 3A.018, as shown on the map on Appendix A. The purpose of this road license is to be utilized for access to the SME 230040 for aggregate material extraction in the southeast of 24, the northeast of 13, 6310 west of the 4th, as well as the northwest of 18 and the southwest of 19 in 63 of 9 west of the 4th. Council gave first reading at the August 27th, 2024 regular meeting of Council, and public notification was completed as per the licensing and roadway policy and the MD public notification bylaw, and no concerns were received. So administration is recommending that council give second reading to bylaw number 1870 and furthermore to, if carried, to proceed to third reading.
All right, thank you. Just looking for a motion or?
Reeve, I'll make a motion for second reading.
All right, thank you, Councillor Sipchik, for making this motion that bylaw 1870 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87 roadway licensing be given second reading. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Sorry, something going wrong here. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Looking for a motion for third. Yes, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making a motion that bylaw number 1870 be given third reading. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.2.3.
So administration is seeking approval for roadway license bylaw number 1877 to authorize the MD of Bonnyville into an agreement to license a portion of road allowance north of the north half of 3658 of 8 in accordance with policy 3A.018 as shown on the map on Appendix A. The applicants have applied to license the road allowance to be used for agricultural use for grazing of cattle. Council gave first reading at the August 27th regular meeting of Council. As well, public notification was completed as per the licensing of roadways policy and the MD public notification bylaw with no concerns received. The applicant currently has an existing roadway licensing agreement provided under bylaw 1852 for the east portion of this that's shown on Appendix A, and if bylaw 1877 is approved, it would repeal bylaw 1852. So administration is recommending that council give second reading to bylaw 1877, and furthermore, if carried, to proceed to third reading.
Thank you. Someone like to make a motion? All right, thank you, Deputy Reeve Crick, for making a motion that bylaw number 1877 being a bylaw of the municipal district of Bonneville, number 87, roadway license be given second reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. You're up and running, Josh? Right on. That's carried, thank you. Looking for third reading? Yes, Councillor Slipchuk. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion that bylaw number 1877 be given third reading. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. I got to go. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go on to 9.2.4, but before that, we have a couple ladies here, Sandy Kushikar and Lillian Vokulchek. They had asked to speak on this before we go forward with this. So I don't think council have any objection for these ladies to come up and speak. Okay, no objection. So seeing none, okay, thank you. Come on up, ladies.
Hi, I'm Lillian Mikulchuk. I'm Sandy Kushikar,
Morning.
and we have concerns about the sale of this property. We would like to, because Ducks Unlimited has this property for the next 2 years, till 2026, and because we just found out about this proposed land purchase, we would like you to stop it until we can discuss it and have first choice, because the only access to these two quarters is from our joint properties. And also because it is the backup from Manitokan Lake, that gets drowned out for 3-4 years at a time. It is a preserve area for a lot of the animals in the community, because there is nothing but farmland around, and the animals and the birds need somewhere to go.
Okay.
My concerns more is just with currently there is no road access to that area right now from 463, and we're wondering with this purchase, is that going to mean, oh, we're going to need a road to get to there? And what's any conditions on, with the fact that most of this land is underwater, it's like swamp and muskegee area, are there going to be any conditions is there going to be draining of this area and changing the whole landscape of it so that it's no longer that, because like we've seen it happen in other areas in our area right now, and so we're just concerned that this is what is going to happen to this portion, and it's not something we want.
Okay. Any questions? You want to speak some more, or you want some questions, or?
We'll take questions.
Okay, is there any questions?
Check your screen.
I'm sorry, this new system, I apologize, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to learn a little bit about the backstory here. So this is some land that someone is farming right now and wants to buy it? Is that how it is?
There's a
or-
lease on it from one of our neighbors, and he's been leasing it for a number of years, and now he wants to purchase it. Unfortunately, other lands that this person has purchased now has a greater potential for harm to Manitokan Lake in the future.
So there's two quarter sections that are basically owned by the MD
Yes,
just north of Manitokan Lake.
No, it'd be east of,
east
Or
of
just east.
Manitokan Lake.
And so the map looks like is that all treed in area, or what is it?
No, it's swamp, it's muskeg.
there's a portion of trees in the southeast corner, and then it pretty well goes into a low-lying area all the way where the number 65 is. It pretty well goes low-lying all the way to Manitokan.
And it's currently being used to farm?
Pasture.
No, pasture
Yeah,
only.
mostly the individual, I probably should reclude, because this is my cousin. I can step out, ladies, if you want me to. All right. I'm going to step out, because I'm, all right, thank you.
Okay, where are we at here? We're at questions, I guess.
Our question is, can there be a hold on the sale until we can get further information about the land use and area? Because reading the proposal, it said in there was an option for a public notice for purchasing, but she didn't receive anything, and I know my mother-in-law didn't as well. So we're wondering if this is going to be this is the meeting where it's, okay, we're gonna sell it to them, or this is the one where it's gonna be posted, this land is for sale now.
So did you,
So we're, like, my mother-in-law is the adjacent landowner, and she is the adjacent landowner to the two sections.
so you mentioned Ducks Unlimited, are you guys
So
representing
it's a
them?
Ducks Unlimited caveat where they can come to the land to make sure that they can see that it's doing okay.
Being managed.
Yeah.
And they have their contract in the lands until 2026. And since we just heard of, because there was another mention in the sale that as the closest
Adjacent
owners,
landowners.
adjacent landowners, we should have had the first opportunity to look at the purchase. We never got that opportunity.
Okay, I'll let our CAO speak.
Through Deputy Reeve to council. So this is just the initiation part of the selling process. This is where council would give direction to administration to start the process of disposal of land. Then we would follow within our disposal policy, and in that policy, it does state that it would become public. So
I
that's
guess-
where we're at for this stage. If council does want to proceed,
This isn't the final sale.
not to my knowledge.
Okay.
This is news to us and.
This is new.
Yeah, so also I would ask the CAO maybe like, would we get more information on if there was a caveat of Ducks Unlimited being on there and all that stuff?
Yes.
Through Deputy Reeve to council, yes. This is just the first initiation. So if council would like further information, we would then get administration to come back to council with all the background of the caveat for Ducks Unlimited, the previous use of the land, and then the disposal policy that is in the package, but we would go through it with council on the procedures on how to handle this.
We just want to make sure it's not going to be getting drained and all the trees chopped down and there being nothing left, and then being told, oh, by the way, because currently there is no road access, the road allowance is quite treed over, and it's a narrow driveway to get to our house. We don't want to be told in a couple of years, oh, by the way, now we're going to have to widen this road so that they can get to this land from this road, because currently there's no purpose in it, really.
We're at a dead end.
Yeah.
And from the north coming south is a dead end because of this lowland area.
Okay, Counselor Sipchak?
So the current landowner, like he's been leasing it, and that this is the one that wants to purchase this land? How long has he been leasing this land for?
We don't know how long he's been leasing it for.
Do you know?
Through Deputy Reeve Crick to council. If council wishes, we could get the planning development manager to do the presentation. She'll be able to answer a lot of those questions in the presentation to council.
Okay.
But there's been no current issues of
Oh, there's
late
no
though,
current issues.
right?
I think
You're
it was just
concerned
more,
that-
I randomly was looking through the agenda and I'm like, oh, that land looks, the description sounds really familiar. And I told my husband, he's like, that's the one right north to us. I'm like, oh, okay. So our, like I said, because of what's happened on our road right now with the current oil lease to the east of us, we're just concerned that this is something that is going to follow suit in getting drained and torn or whatever, right? Like she said, we're at the end of a dead-end road. Right now, it's quite private, and there is no road access either way. And so the person who's been leasing it goes from, I guess, from their property to get to it. So we're just concerned that this is going to become an issue in future years, because if it ends up getting purchased, and then there's, like, if you guys have conditions, like you guys can't drain it or whatever, but then this person decides, I'm gonna sell it to somebody else, those conditions might disappear, and then it's like, okay, then what are we left with? I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
see,
I
don't
think
know
we
what
understand
happened.
what you're getting at there.
Yeah.
We're gonna let Lisa come up and give the presentation, and then I think you'll have an opportunity, maybe possibly to speak here again, but we probably should have started off with the administration's presentation.
Thank you very much. So administration did receive a written request from the current licensee of the property to purchase the southeast of 63 of 6, as shown on the map on Appendix C. It is owned by the MD. The sale of the southeast of 2063-6 would fall under policy C3A.019, which is the disposal of municipal lands policy. So the lands are currently being used for agricultural purposes through a municipal lands licensing agreement, which expires December 31st of 2026, with the option to extend the MLL agreement for an additional 1-year 3-term. So information regarding this property: the parcel size is approximately 160 acres with a soil productivity rating of 10%. The minimum annual licensing amount per acre for this property is $3 per acre plus GST, and the current annual licensing amount that is being paid is the $3 per acre, which totals in the amount of $504. Municipal taxes paid by the licensee in 2023 for this property was $31.74. This parcel has no legal physical access, so pursuant to the policy, the C3.019, if a parcel has limited or no physical or legal access, council shall only sell the land subject to a consolidation to an adjacent parcel. So if this did get sold, it could only be sold to an adjacent landowner, and the time would have to be consolidated together. So this parcel also has a Ducks Unlimited caveat, which is registered on the title, as shown in Appendix B. What this caveat says is Ducks Unlimited have the ability at any time to bring upon or divert any amount of water that they deem necessary to improve the lands and adjoining areas for breeding and nesting of migratory fowl. So that caveat would stay with the property if it got sold, and if it got sold within the future, unless Ducks Unlimited would remove that caveat themselves. The fair market value is estimated on this property between $80,000 to $100,000. So internal referrals were conducted, and there were no concerns communicated through the other internal departments. So pursuant to the policy disposal of municipal lands policy, attached as Appendix D, all lands are subject to this policy must be sold by either 2 ways: direct sale at fair market value. So if we do come to agreement with a sale at fair market value, it would then be advertised in accordance with our MD public notification bylaw for a period of 2 consecutive weeks. If multiple offers were received after the public notification timeline, then the lands would be sold by public auction. So the public auction would be advertised as per the bylaw, and each parcel would be subject to a reserve bid of 80% of the estimated market value by council. Even at a public auction, the only person that could bid on it would be somebody who has adjacent property, because the property would then have to be consolidated into that adjacent parcel. So administration is looking for council's direction on if they want us to proceed with the disposal of this land. And if you have any questions.
Sorry, I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, wait, well, I got Councillor Scarson on here first, so we're gonna go there for, oops, except I gotta figure out how to use this thing. Let's see here.
So as I see it, it looks like there's 3 adjacent parcels there, right? And so whoever farms that, is he adjacent right now to that?
Correct, yes.
Oh, he is?
Yep.
And then, but then, does he own all 3 of those parcels around it?
They're for sure one of them. I'm not sure if they're all 3 of the parcels.
So basically, then those other people would have an opportunity to buy as well as a core policy. Ducks Unlimited is there until they say it's not an issue anymore, right?
That's correct,
So that can never leave.
Nope.
And yeah, so anyways, I would just say that, you know, we are in the business of not being landlords. I think as these policies come up, or these leases come up, we're looking to sell these lands, right? And so I think we're doing everything correctly here. But kudos to reading the agendas and coming up when you've seen something, so that's good. I like that. But you know, I think that what you said in your address kind of answers some of those questions. Is that right, you guys? Like, you know, he won't be able to come in and drain anything without Ducks Unlimited saying.
Correct. So Ducks Unlimited, anytime it can actually divert more water onto the property.
Yeah. I remember some of these cases in the past where, you know, Ducks Unlimited actually has lots of authority when it comes to this kind of stuff, right? So they don't really, yeah, there would be some consequence, let's say, if something happens, right? So.
Correct, that is correct, yeah.
Yeah. All right, just wait, one last thing. Is it, so the one next to him is also, is that the next one?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Swigert?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Reeve. There's been some talk about Ducks Unlimited in a year, though, 2026. I think Mr. McColchuk had mentioned that Ducks Unlimited only has that agreement for another 2 years. I'm not sure. So anyway, I'll ask you about that one. And I'll also ask you about the lease, though, because did you also say, Lisa, that the lease does not expire till 2026?
Correct. It's the current, it's a license, and the current licensee is the one that is requesting. So even if council decided they wanted to dispose of it, they could wait till the end of their license in order to actually
So
move
we
forward
could
with
wait, or we'd be breaking the lease if we sold it tomorrow, right? Would we
the-
not?
As long as both parties would cancel
Agree.
the lease as per the agreement that has been signed.
And so can you clarify the Ducks Unlimited thing? Do they have an agreement until 2026 or something?
So the Ducks Unlimited has a caveat on title. I would have to read the actual caveat that they've put on title. I'm not sure there's an actual expiry date on it.
Maybe I'll just ask Mrs. Bukolchuk does she know more than, obviously more than I do, but okay, because you mentioned a date and I thought maybe you knew that it was expired in
So it does,
2 years.
On the paperwork,
Yep.
caveat about Ducks Unlimited and the year 2026.
so reading the agreement, it was, the agreement was signed in 1981.
Sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt here. We need to get you to come to the microphone if you're gonna speak.
So,
We can't have people speaking from
so
the,
reading the agreement, it was signed in 1981 and it says for a 21-year period, but then it's renewed from year to year after that period.
okay.
It's probably been renewed every year since.
Correct.
2020 or whatever, right? So.
Correct, yep.
So it sounds like it'll be a yearly renewal by Ducks Unlimited, if they choose to? That's interesting.
Okay, any other, okay, Counselor Kriviak will be next.
Yeah, thank you. I think if the lease expires in '26, maybe we should just put a hold on this till that time, and, we have a lot of time to think about this. We need maybe more information as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Just looking for a motion then? Oops, sorry. Counselor Fadeev?
Yeah, we just keep hearing from council that we're not in a land owning position. And this comes up and we just want to kick a can down the road. I mean, it's the leasing and let it be a fair process to everybody. And for that, I'd like to make the option number 1.
Okay. So I'll read the motion out here. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for moving that council directs administration to proceed with disposal of the MD titled land southeast 2063-6 west of the 4th at fair market value as per policy C-3A019, disposal of municipal lands policy. Any discussion on the motion? Yeah, Councillor Swigert, and then Councillor Kriviak after.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Fadeev. My concern would be, though, that the Ducks Unlimited thing kind of, I mean, I think it's probably important to protect these lakes and protect the lands around too. So, I mean, as long as the guy that wants to buy it is willing to kind of stick to Ducks Unlimited, usage of that and maintain it. I'm 100% in favor of doing that. I just think we need maybe a bit more information, because it sounds like Ducks Unlimited from 1981 had a 20-year agreement, and now it's year by year. So it'd be nice to get a bit more, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could put stipulations on that land when we sell it, could we, as a municipality?
I'm sorry, I would be unable to answer that legal question. I'm not sure what kind of caveat we could put on it that we could enforce once we change hands of the title.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Councillor Kriviak, and you can, does that answer, sorry, does that answer? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Kriviak, and you can come back if you want.
So Lisa, can somebody else besides the leasee make an offer to purchase that land also?
Correct. So once there's an offer to purchase, then we would do the notification, and the notification bylaw would go out saying we're looking to sell this property. If we got more than one, then it would go to auction to sell.
Public auction.
But it would have to be, because this property has constraints, it would have to be property that is adjacent to this property. No other owner could purchase it because it is constrained. There's no legal and physical access.
Okay, Councillor Scarson?
I think that, like I said, in the past, Ducks Unlimited has actually a lot of power, so I mean, I don't see why they would just up and say, okay, we're done here now, right? So as long as that caveat is there with them, there should be no change in what's happening on that piece of land. So, I don't think anyone can just say, I'm gonna sell you this piece of land, but I want you to build a purple house on it. I mean, that's not how it works, right? So we'll sell him the land, and, he'll have to abide by the rules that Ducks Unlimited has, and I'm sure he'll just continue farming it. I don't know what else you would do on there, if it's all marshland anyways, so. And even in the next one, looks like it's right in the middle of that lake, so I don't know what's going on there, but anyways, yeah, I don't see any issue, and this is not the end, this is the beginning, so you guys will have more opportunity to ask questions, right, so.
Okay, Councillor Subchak?
And the current leaseholder necessarily might not be the one buying it. The other adjacent landowners can buy it too, so it's fair game, and
yeah,
they can all just bid on it.
Okay. Do you have something more to say?
Yeah, so just when it goes up for notice to the public that it is for sale, I will just honestly admit that I had a hard time navigating the website to find any sort of notices of things and that. So is it going to be in the newspaper, or is it just going to be on the website? It'll be in the newspaper?
I believe so. I'd have to look at the notification bylaw to actually state, but it for sure would be on our website and most likely within the newspaper as well.
The other thing, well, because some of us are not on websites, and this is such a specific attachment sale, would we personally be mailed notifications?
Do you know that answer, Lisa?
Definitely could make that happens for sure.
Okay, because if they're adjacent landowners, they would be mailed, would they not?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Like every time or this specific time?
Well, it depends on the specifics of the land itself. Like, we are the adjacent owners.
Yeah, I know that we wouldn't be emailing or mailing someone if it wasn't.
I'm sorry, I haven't got that far into the public notification bylaws. This is just step one, if you are looking to dispose of it. But for sure, because this one does have constraints, we would definitely mail out a notification to the adjacent landowners.
Okay, Council. Okay. So sorry, we'll go with, Councillor Subchak, then we'll go with Councillor Kriviak then.
Yeah, thank you. So what would be the timeline when the offers to purchase from people will be closed? It'll take a couple months, 3 months, or?
I believe the public notification bylaw is advertised for 2 weeks. So after 2 weeks, then if there is more than one, we would have to set up an auction.
Okay. So, I have another question, I guess, myself here, nobody else speaking. So if somebody just didn't want the MD to sell, they would rather it stay as lease land, once we make a motion to go proceed, then it will be sold one way or others unless nobody bids on it or no bids an offer in.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you there.
Once we make a motion like this here to sell it, then it will be sold, even if, say, neighbors just would rather it stay as lease, MD lease land.
We would sell it as per the policy, the disposal policy, so we would put it up for sale. If nobody purchased it, then we would just continue to try to license it, or...
Okay. Okay.
But to be clear, this guy approached us.
Correct. We did get a letter from the current licensee requesting to purchase it.
Okay. So I'll just ask the ladies that are here then, Ducks Unlimited still has the caveat on there. They're still going to have to follow those guidelines. Does that mitigate your concerns with the sale of the land?
Sorry, say that again.
Knowing that Ducks Unlimited currently has, if I'm understanding everything correctly, and Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ducks Unlimited has a restrictive covenant or caveat on the land, so they have to still abide by, even if it's sold, that they still have to abide by those conditions. So I'm just wondering if does that mitigate your concerns with the sale of the land?
Yes,
Okay. For you.
that's still a concern.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion? Oh, sorry, I read you read the motion out. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. There's no further discussion that I can see. So I'll call for the vote. All right, that's carried. So we'll move on to 9.2.5. I believe this is very similar. It's the same motion on the quarter.
So administration received another written request from the current licensee to purchase the southwest of 2163 of 6. The sale would also fall under the same policy, the disposal of municipal lands policy. So these lands are currently being used for agricultural purposes through a municipal lands licensing agreement, which also expires on December 31st of 2026, with an option to extend the MLL for one additional 3-year term. So the information on this parcel, the northeast or the southwest of 2163 of 6, parcel size is approximately 161 acres with a soil productivity of 10%. The annual licensing amount per acre is $3 per GST, the minimum, and that is also what is being paid right now, for a total of $507.15. Municipal taxes were paid by the licensee in 2023 in the amount of $26.46. This parcel has no legal and physical access as well, and is limited to, council shall only sell the land subject to consolidation to an adjacent parcel. The parcel also has the same Ducks Unlimited caveat registered on it. As shown in Appendix B, fair market of this parcel is also estimated between $80,000 to $100,000. Internal referrals were conducted and no concerns were communicated. Pursuant to the disposal of municipal lands policy, all land subject to this policy must be sold by direct sale at fair market value, which would then be advertised in accordance with the MD Public Notification Bylaw for a period of 2 consecutive weeks. If multiple offers were received after the public notification timeline, the lands would then be sold by public auction. So administration is also looking for council's direction on this parcel.
Okay, Councillor Subcheck.
Yeah, seeing as we just went through this on the previous one, it's all the same. I say I make a motion for option 1.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Subcheck, for moving that council directs administration to proceed with the disposal of MD of Bonnyville titled land southwest 2163-6 west of the 4th at fair market value as per policy C-3A019, disposal of municipal lands policy. Councillor Swigert.
Well, Councillor Scarson already brought this one up, but if we look at the diagrams you've sent us on the map, that quarter looks like it's in the middle of, and that is Manitoulin Lake, is that?
So when you have that lake boundary on it, it does show that it's covered in lake, but if you take off that boundary, you can see on that one above it. So if you just go up to the parcel above, you can see at majority of time it is not covered by water, but at some time it could, which also could have been the Ducks Unlimited directing water to it to be covered by water as well, which they can still do at any time.
So like I've been to Manitoulin Lake, but it was like 20, years ago. So is that lake actually that dry though, all the time that?
I'm sorry, I would not be able to answer that question.
I can answer that question for you. This is east of the lake, and it's just kind of like a lower area that could have water, might not have water. But right now, there's probably no water there because it's dry in October. But in the spring, when it runs off, there's probably water sitting there for a little while.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, I had that exact same question, but I'm just curious as to, has the current leasee has he had this land for quite a while, like using? I don't understand why all of a sudden he just wants to buy two pieces that he's getting a lot cheaper by leasing it.
I'm unsure of the intention. All I know is that we just received the request.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Councillor Kriviak.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a comment. I remember in 1960s going by bus to Pine River School, that road was completely flooded. So that area would have been flooded then too, and the bus went across the flooded road there. We're lucky everything was okay. But yeah, so it does get flooded from time to time, 50, 100 years, but now it's all good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fideas.
Yeah, the leasee's been leasing this for forever, and I think they're aware of their situation and what they needed. And I think probably the only reason they're asking for it to be for sale is so they could have a secured lease for forever. And, we're the ones that have made those comments that we want to sell, and here we are.
Yeah, I just had one other question too about our lease policy. So I know farmers have grazing leases all over our area here, and there's public can access those leases. There's some restrictions, like you can't just go in with an ATV or if there's livestock in there, you can't hunt in there without permission and stuff like that, right? But when the MD leases land, is there any public access to that land, or is it just the leaseholder that's the only person that's allowed on the land?
So so the lease that you're thinking of is the licensing of road allowances. So because we don't actually own road allowance, we have care and control. They do still have to leave that open for other people to access, but the actual licensing of land, you don't have to allow other people. You don't have to leave it open for access for the public.
Okay, so essentially nothing's going to change for the neighbors if the same person
Correct.
buys it. Okay,
That's correct.
that answers my question. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we read it, so I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Lunch is here.
Okay, we will break for lunch then, and we'll return after lunch.
Hey, welcome back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, council. We're gonna start off with 9.2.6. Oh, that got loud again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lisa.
So administration received a request from an adjacent landowner to remove the public utility lot designation, sell and consolidate Plan 2870TR, Block 1, Lot 16W, within the southwest of 2059-05 into the adjacent lot. The disposal of municipal lands policy allows for the disposal of lands sold by direct sale at fair market value. This policy states that when a parcel is severely restricted to as little or no value to anyone except an adjacent landowner, council shall only sell the land subject to consolidation to the adjacent parcel. When subdivided in 1972, the proposed lot was originally intended as access point to Muriel Lake. After completing a site inspection of the proposed lands, it was noted that the lands have a steep drop to the lake boundary, and they are not likely to be used as an access point in the future. As well as an internal review was completed, and there were no MD or other identified utilities or infrastructure located within lot 16W. So if approved by council, administration would submit the proper documentation to land titles to remove the W designation, and the lot would then be allowed to be made available for direct sale at fair market value of $4,330 to the adjacent landowner, with the condition that it must be consolidated into the adjacent lots on either side, making one large lot. So administration is recommending that council approves the removal of the W designation from the plan 16W, and furthermore that council approves the direct sale of the former plan 2870TR Block 1 Lot 16W for $4,330 being the fair market value to the adjacent landowner.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve?
Yeah. Two things. One is, I guess I was out of town at the library conference when this came into our package here. I didn't see it, so I haven't had a chance to actually drive out and have a look at it yet myself. So I'm kind of inclined to maybe bump it down, postpone it to another meeting. The other question is, have the other like properties in that subdivision been notified of the potential of this, just in case they want to use? I know there was technically no other. I'm guessing the same same individual owns the lots on either side of that.
That's
right
correct.
around.
Yep, that's correct.
So there's technically no other adjacent landowners to this piece.
That's
But I'm
right.
just wondering if the other people in that subdivision have been notified and would have a chance to voice concerns or anything before we sell it.
No, they have not been notified, but we did do a site inspection.
Yeah.
The adjacent landowner right now is currently using the property as his own, and we did do an inspection that there is no walkway going through there, and the walkway would go directly to a steep bank, so it wouldn't have any use of even the adjacent landowners. That property doesn't have any use as a walkway to get to the lake at any point.
I typically drive out when I see something in my area, and I drive out and have a look at it myself. So I'm not disagreeing with you or nothing. I was out of town and at the library conference, didn't have a chance to go over there yet. So.
So normally, we would not recommend taking away an access to the lake property, but because their access, unless you would like to build some stairs down a very steep bank, there really is no access for that to be used in the future.
Okay.
You're okay? All right, not finished yet? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay. I guess for now, I'd still like to see it maybe just postpone it one meeting so I can actually go out there and have a look myself before I proceed.
All right, thank you. Councillor Swaggart?
I'm not always happy about selling public utility corridors that might be useful, but it sounds like you've covered it off and that there's really no use for it. Is there any possibility that it could be used for drainage sometime in the future? Or I'm just trying to think that.
Yeah, so when it was created in 1972, it was for access to the lake. The landowner on either side has technically been using it at his yard right now. And so it wouldn't, there's no kind of swale or anything that would help with any kind of drainage.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can I make a motion to postpone this till next council meeting? Yeah, okay, I'll make that motion then.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. We'll wait for that to get written up. Sorry, it's in the line here.
Well, he kind of jumped a little bit ahead.
I know, but his thing was lit up first.
I don't see mine on going forward.
Blame it on that.
Now it is green, so should I speak or?
There's a motion, they're just rating, you can speak after the motion, how's that sound? They're just writing it up. I apologize, guys, sometimes I don't look at the screen, it's quite a system to get used to here, but, well, a couple more meetings will get her. And then the mics that are on are all crossed off, and the mics that are off show that they're on, so it's it's the exact opposite of what you'd think. Usually something that's lit up and has a slash through, that means it's not going.
You should just leave all our mics on and all the time.
That's right, yeah, but I'm only allowed 4, and then the other ones kick out themselves, I think.
Did you not really mean it?
Well, he's got a little bit of unfair advantage.
Yeah, no kidding. I need your mic. That's why I'm apologizing. I need your mic right there.
Just wait. Here we go. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Crick, for making a motion that council postpones items 9.26, request to remove designation cell or consolidate plan 2870 TR Block 1, Lot 16, west within southwest 2059-5 west of the 4th M until October 22nd, regular meeting of council 2024. Any discussion? Councillor Scarson.
Well, I do know this lot, and I do know this access a bit. It was probably built because of these lots in the back at one time, which are still nobody living on. But it's true, and it's if you were to use this, you'd have to get some hiking gear to get down that for sure. And if you just come down a little bit at the start of the picture, down over here, there is an access you can actually get through. It's much more level ground, so. You know, that's probably never been used once for public access. And I don't even know who would use it because, there's no back lots here like there is down here.
Right.
So I don't see any need to postpone it. We can push through this one, no problem, I think, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah,
Ed, Councillor.
it was kind of a similar comment. I don't think we need to postpone it. I don't think I'm here on that day anyway, so you wouldn't have my vote, but anyway, I'd rather just get it done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Reeve?
There is empty lots though across the street here from that access. So there's nothing on them right now, maybe, but sometime there probably will be cabins or houses built there.
Yeah, I doubt it.
The lots exist. But whatever, we'll vote on it and.
Okay, any other? Nope. Oh, Councillor Scarson? Nope. I don't know how to shut this off. There we go. Okay, I'll call for the vote. That's defeated. Looking for a motion? Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchick, for making a motion that council approves the removal of public utility lot designation from Plan 2870 TR Block 1, Lot 16 west within Southwest 2059 5 west of 4th M. And furthermore, that council approves the direct sale to a former Plan 2870 TR Block 1, Lot 16 within southwest of 2059 5 west of 4th for $4,300 and $30 to be being fair market value. Any discussion?
Is there anyone on your tablet or?
Yes, there is.
You know, just, I think it kind of brings a bigger question, to the forefront is to, you know, this is probably a safety hazard, and would we be responsible for other public access to areas like this? Because there's other lakes that have these as well, as far as any kind of liabilities for people using it, because honestly, you couldn't get down there without, you know, someone could get hurt or whatever falling. I don't know how that would all work, but.
So through our municipal lands education program that we're doing right now, we haven't got down to Muriel Lake, but we are signing all of our walkways or municipal reserves, and the ones that don't have an actual trail in them, they are going to have a sign that it is public access at your own risk, that it's natural terrain. So that is part of our education program.
All right.
Okay, I know we sold one of these years ago, the same thing, it was down to Moose Lake and it was like straight down. That's the only other one I ever remember selling. Yeah. All right, okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, didn't we do one at Muriel Lake here not too long ago, down the road a bit too?
Maybe.
Yeah, regardless.
Okay, don't remember that one. All right, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 927.
So administration is proposing changes to policy C3A.020, the licensing of municipal lands policy, following legal recommendation. The proposed amendments to the policy are the removal of policy sections regarding the current licensee having the opportunity to match the award tender bid during the municipal lands licensing tender process, and also to amend the policy review schedule from 5 to 4 years from the date of adoption. So eliminating this section would remove the opportunity for claims of bid shopping against the MD regarding the municipal lands licensing tender process. This practice renders the guiding principle of a tender submission process, fairness to all parties, moot, as presented at the recent municipal law seminar. So the proposed amendments of the licensing of municipal lands policy were presented to Committee of the Whole on September 17th, 2024, who in turn recommended Council approve. Therefore, administration's recommendation is that Council adopts the amending policy, licensing of municipal lands policy, as recommended by the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Just looking for, yes, Councillor, yes, Councillor Kraviak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. So after the second 3-year extension, it goes up on bids to see who gets the lease?
Correct. It would then go to the tender process.
So then the leasee who has the land now, they can't match it, you're saying?
No, but they could do a bid through the tender process.
They could what?
They would bid through the tender process, but they wouldn't be able to know what the other bids were. They would not have the ability to match.
Thank you.
Anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we accept the policy as presented by the Committee of the Whole.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Crick, for making this motion that council adopts amending policy number C-38020 licensing of municipal lands policy as recommended by the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
On to 9.3.1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Good afternoon.
The administration has prepared an amended master rates bylaw to update Schedule A, master rates and fees schedule for council's approval. Amendments have been made and are included in the attached bylaw 1878 draft. Bylaw 1878 received first reading September 10th, 2024. Attached for your review is Schedule A, Master Rates and Fees Schedule, which is spelt wrong, my apologies. And as well, the final bylaw number 1878, Master Rate Bylaw. And in Appendix B, you'll see the proposed changes to the fee schedule shown. It does align with Council's strategic plan, goal number 1, building a viable and diversified regional economy. And it conforms with the Municipal Government Act, Section 8. There are no cost implications associated with this recommendation, and the bylaw bylaw 1878 Master Rates Bylaw will be posted on the MD website. Administration's recommended action is that bylaw number 1878, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to amend the Master Rates Bylaw, be given second reading, and further, if carried, that bylaw number 1878 be given third reading.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion. Yes, Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for second reading, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion. That bylaw number 1878 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to amend the Master Rates Bylaw be given second reading. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Scarson.
When did we do the first reading on this? Can you remind me?
Through the Reeve, September 10th, it received first reading.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Just looking for third reading. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion that bylaw number 1878 be given third reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to 9.4.1.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. Today I'm bringing forward the Committee of the Whole cancellation. So the upcoming Committee of the Whole is scheduled for Tuesday, October 15th, as per the meeting schedule established by Council in the 2023 org meeting last October. Administration is proposing to cancel this meeting as there is no items on the agenda.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Crick, for making a motion that council approves cancellation of the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Any discussion on this? Are you sure? Okay. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 10 for correspondence.
Thank you, Reeve, and council. So correspondence from administration, or to administration. First, 10-1, we have the Bonneville District Leisure Facility Corp. Part 9C2 financials for August. There is a Stepping Stones Crisis Society open house invitation. Also in 10.3 is a letter from Cold Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce Business of the Year Awards invitation. I believe we do have 2 tickets, but if there's any other tickets needed, we'll need some names and get a motion for that. 10.4 is the Lakeland Society of Truth and Reconciliation that has passed. 10.5 is the email from MLA Scott Sear to Alberta Municipal Affairs, proposal of municipal leaders service pin. Then also from MLA Scott Sear is the to Alberta Environment and Protective Areas concerns regarding zebra and quagga mussels. In regards to the comments that we had last council meeting, his letter in our concerns. So, and then last but not least is the email from Cold Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce Empower Biz Leadership Seminar invitation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kraviak?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Did we ever purchase a table for the Glendon Fireball fundraiser?
From the MD, I don't know, I'll have to ask administration. Yeah, sorry.
Because that was brought before. I'd like to go to that myself.
Sorry, say that again? At the end? You'd like to what?
I'd like to attend that
Okay.
function myself.
Yeah, you'll look into it?
Yes, yeah, through the, we have not received any correspondence relating to that, but we can look into it if,
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, just looking for a motion to. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making a motion that council accepts the following correspondence as information 1 through 8. Any discussion on this?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So you don't think the MD should book a table for that?
We can, but they're going to look into it and
Okay.
get back to us, I guess, right? Yeah, that's.
Thank you.
CMD, it's because Second Night is a CNRL and the ski-doo.
Yeah, I'm not going to Cinerel.
I don't understand, but a whole table, I don't know. Right?
Okay, sure. But I'd like to go back.
Did anybody else, since we're on the topic, does anybody else want to go to that right now? So, you know what, I know the BFRA has a table, so we could look into it and see if there's any, well, and we could, you know, I'll work with Matt and we'll figure out where there's a place for you to go. That's for 2 for you and your wife?
Yes,
Okay, very good.
thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know if we voted on this. I don't think. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Looking for reports from members of council. Whoever would like to start.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Yep.
Municore meeting, so we had some discussion about the trail ride. So it was a good Municore trail ride. There were some discussions, a few things in the MD that were brought up, and one was well, there's a couple of things actually. The Cold Lake First Nations section of the Municore Trail goes through the reserve. Municore's still working toward sort of getting that cleared up so that we can grade it, because it's rough. It's super rough. The trees are grown in, and so they're going to talk to Cold Lake First Nations, have Chris Downs from Alberta Recreation and Parks guy. He's going to talk with Casino Dene folks or whatever and see what they can do to clear up that part of the trail. And then there was another section on the trail by Fort Kent where there's a small trestle bridge that somebody was actually hurt on last year because the bridge is wearing out to a point where they have to kind of resurface it. And so there was discussion at that time on the trail ride with our CAO and Public Works guy. So there was some discussion about how we could actually help kind of repair that part of that trestle. And so Director of Municorps is going to reach out to CAO Yance and have that discussion. Also, again, there was discussion about the signage on Highway 28 for the Y Road. So we've been asking for a couple of years about getting sign put up on the highway to direct people to the trestle. And so that was brought up again at that at the trail ride, and it was brought up again by me at a past council meeting, and I was told we were waiting on Municorps. We're not waiting on Municorps, so they're going to reach out to our acting CEO and discuss what we can do to put a sign up on the highway. Should be pretty straightforward. I'm not sure why we haven't already done it. One of the other things they're working with is they've also got an Alberta Communities Partnership grant with I think like 10 municipalities looking for about a $200,000 grant to do staging area design. So each community along the trail would have a similar type of staging area. There's one in Ardmore, there's one in Bonnyville, there's one, they're all along the trail. But there's really no consistency. So they're getting a grant for $200,000 to work on planning those. And the other interesting point is that Trans-Canada Trail, part of the Iron Horse Trail is also part of the Trans-Canada Trail, except for the section through our municipality. So the Trans-Canada Trail group has looked at it and said, hey, you got a big area there. We would like to consider making your kind of spur of the trail into NDMD, Bonnyville, and Cold Lake as part of the Trans-Canada Trail. So it kind of brings more funding possibilities and that sort of thing. So they're working on that. We'll probably get some notification of that one. And I think that's it. I did have a call from the woman that's managing the Northern Lights truck stop recently, and it has to do with immigration. And I guess Alberta's changing of immigration laws or whatever, but they're apparently desperate to try to maintain the staff they've got. And she mentioned that there is a provincial program that the MD's not part of, the town is and the city is, where they can actually help out by assisting getting immigrants to stay in your community. So I knew nothing about it. I just found out we're not members, and Cold Lake and Bonnyville are, and apparently the town of Bonnyville's kind of gone through like 200 applicants for this program, and I just kind of thought it would be interested if we could find out a little bit more about it in our area and why the municipality's not partnered into this program. Because there's, I guess, a few businesses that would like to have immigrant workers or whatever, and they're losing them apparently. Anyway, I'll ask maybe admin to sort of bring further information so we know about it, or
I can add a little bit to that. That came up about 8 months to a year ago. So the city of Cold Lake and the town, I'm sure will do the same. They'll be happy to help us with that program instead of all three different communities doing it. I know last time we talked to City of Cold Lake, they'll be happy to put us on the same list to fast track that program. That was brought quite a while ago. So in regards to the Trans-Canada Trail, I have some questions in regards to that, because a lot of that trail is in private hands now, going from Cold Lake to Highway 55. Something for you guys to come up in conversation next time. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
there has been some discussion about the trail that actually does go all the way into Saskatchewan from Cold Lake.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
It's not part of our trail network
It all goes
yet.
through private property until it hits Highway 55. And then from 55 to Pierce Land through Saskatchewan, that is Crown land, but everything else is held by private people.
Okay, so but the section that they're looking at right now is the section of the Iron Horse Trail that we actually manage, so.
Yeah,
Be good to go forward with that.
Interesting discussion in regards to that, because I had the residents from Y Road bring up concerns about the heavier traffic on their road going to the trestle, so I'm sure that sign will be a little controversial, but either way, it's there. But nothing's really a report for me. I was just traveling and just keeping busy, so nothing for
Thank you.
for any committees.
I attended the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Support Network meeting, and the consensus in the room there was some of the businesses are struggling to keep workers, and part of it was due to mandatory drug testing and marijuana staying in people's systems for up to 30 days, so they can't pass a drug test due to smoking an illegal drug, which my advice would be just don't take marijuana and ignore Mr. Trudeau. I also went to the library conference that I referenced earlier. That was in Edmonton this week. So there's I think 7 library systems in Alberta, and it was 5 systems that put the conference on together jointly. There's a couple good sessions there. One was Covenant Health did a session on palliative care, and a lot of people think that's just about like dying or something, but it's not. It's anybody that has to live with a negative health condition, and they offer a lot of support. And like the hospital here in Bonnyville is run by Covenant Health, so it was quite informative and quite good. Couple other good sessions, and then the keynote speakers, I thought they were kind of one-sided. The one keynote speaker was the session was, let's see what it was titled here. It was titled "Building a Culture of Engagement," but it seemed like it was more of a speech about how to get a NDP type political parties in and keep them in into perpetuity. And then there was another speaker that spoke later, the second day, the keynote speaker, and he talked about. He said he was a gay Indigenous person, which I don't know why we have to say that, but he talked about a lot of stuff. I got a lot of notes. I guess I can share my notes to anybody that wants them here. He referenced the land back movement, which I thought was kind of alarming because I don't think too many people here want to give land back. He referenced that the mountains and all the GDP belong to the Indigenous people, and so does the oil and the trees and the water even. Kind of maybe not directly said that, but he kind of inferred it in his talk. So there was some good stuff and some very concerning stuff at the conference. That's about it for me.
Thank you.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Councillor Slivchik, then Councillor Crevier.
Yeah, I attended Alberta Hub meeting, and there'll be a new chairperson being elected next year because General Mayor of Minister's current chair, but they're going to have an election here, so he'll be appointing a new chair. And then after, as well, it was brought up about Highway 28. Going forward, there was discussion. Next year, they're hoping to start putting in work on putting passing lanes in that, as well as they're going to be approaching next year landowners to acquire land and that for the fixing the expansion of that highway, repairs of the highways. Also was by Wood Buffalo, intersection 855 and Highway 28 there by Smoky Lake. If they want improvements to that intersection, there's been some accidents and a lot of near misses. Also, I was told they're in, because Camera's losing their casino, probably, and that goes lots of the rural nonprofit organizations were going to be losing funding because of that. And the reason the AGLC has denied their putting it into St. R is because they said there wasn't lots of pushback from rural, so that was interesting to hear. And there should be a map coming forward about to the municipalities relating to passing lanes about Highway 28 in the very near future. And as well, truck counts from the MD and into the MTD heavy trucks are about 10,000 they figure. But Bob Bespalko with Alberta Hub, he's been working trying to get the exact counts from all companies reaching out to industry. So if some way maybe we could help them with some information, like say even our fuel tankers, they're coming in, how often, if we could get help with that information, So in order for him to maybe we could push forward for possible different type of transportation coming into our community, with airline or something. And as well, we were told there's going to be a 75-bed mental health facility west of Metis Crossing starting next year. They're going to be putting in. And after the hub, I went at Nago, I think.
Yeah.
There's going to be a survey coming. I covered for Klinsky because it was in Lamont and no sense boat driving. And there's going to be a survey coming about what we want to see, talk to our administrations or law hospital administrators and everything, what we need in our communities. And he wants to make sure, McPhee,
Yeah.
he wants to make sure that when you get the survey, make sure it's filled out and sent to him, please, and help
Okay.
them to push
Did he
forward.
say when
with
that's coming?
our needs. He said be in the next couple of weeks, so. Okay.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, Counselor Krivia?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. I just had one meeting, the Bonneville Library Board. We're in the process of hiring a new manager, so tomorrow we're having interviews. And I just had the ESO tour, and that's it for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Sipchin?
Yeah, I just want to mention also on the other day, we went to the Business Awards, Resiliency Awards in MD Chamber of Commerce, Bonneville held. S&T won the best big new business award for resiliency. And they got a lot of employees. They're big benefit to our community. They employ a lot of people, but there's a lot of new businesses that won awards and everything. It's nice to see a lot of and there was a lot of women businesses that won most of the awards.
Yeah.
Nice to see that happen and thrive in our community. That's
Right on. Thank you. I also did the ESO tour with Counselor Kraviak and Counselor Sipchik. It was a pretty cool tour. I never got to go into one of those big facilities before, so I just thought it was so spotless, though. Like they always trash our oil, how dirty it is. But actually, the lady that was running the thing, there was a piece of paper outside, and she walked way out of her way. I watched her. She went and picked up this little piece of wrapper and put it in her pocket. So I thought it was an amazing tour to be on. I'm pretty sure the city of Cold Lake and the town of Bonneville went on it just before us. So yeah, it's pretty amazing what we have right close to us there, that kind of facility. Also, I'm Monday and Wednesday. Monday already did it. We're interviewing for a chief for the BRFA. So I did a bunch of interviews yesterday, and tomorrow I have interviews with 3 other candidates. So we can shortlist it. So that's what I've been up to. Thank you. I guess I need a motion to go into closed session. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak. All in favor? We'll just go with the hands. Yeah, carried. Thank you. Oh, it's on the screen already too. Carried.